This call is now being recorded.
So class, please, if send the document, I will send it to the main platform so you can take it from there.
I hope you can see the document I'm sharing.
Yes, we can see. Sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This call is now taking notes.
So now I'm going to do some little work on the course outline, because you can see the information there is more than what you would need. So I will work on it and then send it to. So Israel, you send me a hi on WhatsApp, and then I'll be able to do that for you.
Okay, sir, I have already done that, sir.
So we'll go through the course description, go through the topics that we will be discussing. We will be discussing for the semester. I will try and see if I can get you an assignment for you to start working on. So this course, the course code is wrong. So I don't know why they are using this course code. The course code is REL304D. We have corrected it for them. I don't know why they are still maintaining this old course. But that is not your problem. I will draw their attention at the college there. But when you look at the course description, it's basically an attempt to look at methodologies that we employ in doing comparative religion. And also some themes that we will be discussing as far as world religions are concerned. The idea of this comparative discussions is not meant to, and I want you to listen to this very well, is not meant to tell which religion is better than the other. So we are not comparing on the basis of ranking, grading, describing which religion is better than the other. We are going to look at the themes in terms of beliefs, practices of the religions we will select. And we are going to take examples of some religions of the world and try and see where they agree in terms of practices, in terms of beliefs. And so that is what is going to be the focus of this course. Like I said, the fact that we call it comparative religion does not mean that we are going to compare and contrast and to ask which religion is better than the other. Am I clear, please?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Now, what is going to be the course objectives? One, we say diversity in world religions. By diversity, we mean that the world is not made up of one religion. I mean, in Ghana, we have 3 main religions and then other smaller religions, in Ghana. And so this course will help us to appreciate why there are this diversity in religion. Also, it will help us to examine the common patterns that we will find in the religions of the world. In other words, what are the things that they agree? If we take, for example, salvation, is salvation common to all religions? If it is common, how common is it? What do they agree on? Also, what are the differences that they may have in terms of service? Once we express ourselves to others, is to have the attitude of tolerance. Tolerance in the sense that it is not only your religion that is said to be the religion of the world. So you may be a Christian, somebody else may be a Muslim, another person may be a Buddhist, someone else also may be a Hindu, and of course, another person may also be a traditional believer. Because of the plurality of religions, we are made to tolerate everyone, or we are taught to tolerate everyone, so we can live in a world of plural ideas, especially religious ideas. And then lastly, it is to help us develop a critical and reflective mind. I mean, when we get to appreciate and understand the many religious diversities that we have, we get to have a mind to reflect, to critically analyze and understand things, so that when you hear of one religion being superior, being above every other religion, knowing that every religion has some kind of agreement, you begin to reflect and analyze and to critically examine these positions and to come to the conclusion that, I mean, like I always tell my students, no one religion is better than the other. No one religion is better than the other. Every religion is valid as far as the adherent of that religion is concerned. So that is going to be the issues that we'll be discussing. I don't know whether, I think in this course you write, do you write quizzes?
Yes, please.
Do you write?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, please, we write 2 quizzes, quiz 1 and
Okay.
quiz 2, and the main exams.
And the main exam. Okay, that is fine.
Yes, please.
So that, send the quiz questions and those ones. No, I thought I write quiz 1 and the second one is supposed to be, now they call it, what is it? I don't know, whatever, don't worry.
This is timely information.
We write the first quiz, we write the main exams, and the second quiz.
Okay, that
how
is
they
fine.
are arranged.
That is fine. That is fine. That is fine. So I will handle the quiz and exams with code. So that will deal with assessment. Now let's look at the issues that we will be discussing in the next, is it 4 weeks or so that we should be discussing? How many weeks?
4 weeks, sir. 4 weeks.
How many weeks are we going to be meeting?
Sir, 4 weeks.
So
4
I'm going
weeks.
to, if it is 4 weeks, it's fine, I've heard you. I'm going to select some few items. We may not discuss everything on the course item because we may not have time. If there is time, we'll go through all of them. If there's no time, I will say make sure that at least every week we'll try and deal with one issue.
Okay, sir.
So we'll begin with trying to look at the history and purpose and subject matter, and then the methods for the study of comparative religion. When I'm done with that, we'll look at suffering in the world's religion. We'll look at Avatara and incarnation. We'll look at what we call the potent dead. If there's time, we may look at sacrifice, and then we may also look at prayer. I hope we may get time to do all this within the 4 weeks that we have given to ourselves. And so this, like I said, I will work on the course outline and then get it to you. So let's try and begin some discussions. I'm not able to share the slides. Hello, hold on. I'll be with you in some jiffy. I need to address some challenge.
Colleagues, please, there is a message in the income message. So answer it for me, please.
Hello. Hello, sir. Please, we can't hear you.
I said I will be with you. I'm trying to resolve. I'm getting my slides. Put it somewhere. I'm looking for it. I'll get back to you. Don't worry. So just hold on. I'll be
Oh,
with you.
okay. Thank you, sir.
So I've tried to resolve it. I want to try and share my slides. So I'll be sharing it in the next 5 or so minutes. Oh.
Hello, please, I can't hear anything.
Madam, he says that he's coming.
Madam,
Then we
please
should
wait.
wait.
Why? Wait, please, madam.
Okay, okay.
Well, sorry for the. While I'm trying to share the link, well, let's begin some discussion. So I'll share the link very soon. Yes. Are you able to see the screen I'm sharing, please?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
I'm opening a document. I don't know whether you can see that one. I'm trying to open the slide. So let me move it somewhere else. Why is it not opening here? Ah,
Hello, sir. You may have to reboot your machine. Maybe that will help.
well, maybe. So you let's have the lectures. I will send you the slides. You get me? Let's have the lectures. I will send you the slides.
Okay, sir.
Then,
So, sir,
All right, sir.
after class, then you send a slide to me. I'll give it to them. So let's continue, sir.
I'll send you the slides and then we'll continue. Let's continue with the discussion.
Welcome, sir.
So we are looking at a subject we call comparative religion. So we'll begin with the question, what is comparative religion? I don't know whether somebody, you are going to read this course. And then even before this afternoon, you decided to check it up in any form of literature. You went on the internet and then you asked, what is comparative religion? Did anybody do such thing? Did anybody bother to go and yes, I can see Stella's hand up. Yes, Stella. Oh, why is it a mistake, Stella? Hello? Can you people hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yes,
hear.
bros.
Yes, we can hear you.
So Stella's hand is supposed to be up, or it's a mistake. Okay, so let's it's okay, let's go on. Or somebody else wants to say something? Okay, let's go on. So,
Hello, sir.
what? Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Isa.
Yes, sir. The only explanation I have is comparative has to do with trying to look at the similarities and somewhat similarities where they all agree and where they are having some kind of a bit differences. I think that.
Okay, that is fine. Yes, Charity. I can see your hand up. Yes, Charity. Hello. Why is it from my end or where?
I think it's it by mistake.
Another mistake again. Okay. let's let's go on. So, like Isa rightly said, in comparative religion, we are talking about an attempt to understand some similarities and differences that may exist among the many religions of the world. So, in doing comparative religion, each religion is studied on its own merits. In other words, we do not attempt to study one religion wearing the lenses of another religion. We don't tend to do that. Each religion is looked at as unique on its own, and scholars do as much as possible to study those religions. I have selected some definitions given us by some 3 scholars, and I'm going to read them out to you. When you get the slides, you can check on them and try to understand them well. The first definition is given by a scholar, Louis Jordan. Now, this book he wrote so many years ago, about over 100 years, 1905. So we are talking about 120 or so years ago. We consider this definition still very important, even though it's an old book. Doing comparative religion, scholars consider this book as more like a classic, so to speak, because of the wealth of information he churned out in this book. According to Louis Jordan, he says that comparative religion is, quote, that science which compares the origin, structure, and characteristics of the various religions of the world with a view of determining their genuine agreements and differences, the measure of relation in which they stand one to another, and their relative superiority or inferiority when regarded as types. Now, there are some things that I want you to pick out of this definition. One is that it compares. 2, It looks at the origin of the religion. 3, the structure of the religion also. 4, the characteristics of the religions as well. And then he goes on to say that when we are doing comparative religion, we look at their agreement and their disagreement. And these are very, very important components when we are looking at comparative religion. So that is the definition as given by Louis Jordan. Now I'm going to take 2 more definitions by some 2 Nigerian scholars. One is called Bender. Bender wrote this in 2006. It's an article he wrote on comparative religion. He defines it as such. Comparative religion involves a historical survey or study of the religions concerned in terms of development. In other words, how the religions came about. Jordan talks about the origin, so it's almost the same. The beliefs, Jordan talks about structure and characteristics. And you'll find that in their beliefs, their practices, and then characteristics. And to unveil religious data for comparison. In other words, when we have looked at how the religion came into being, their development, we have looked at their beliefs, their practices, and their characteristics, we will be able to get information. That is what it calls data. We will be able to get information to enable us as scholars do the comparison. The third scholar we're going to talk about is this scholar called Wotogbe Waneka. He's also supposed to be a Nigerian scholar. He defines or describes comparative religion as, quote, that it is the study of religious traditions of man. It's a study that takes into account the fact that there are in the world of men various religious traditions, each of which makes sense to the adherents or believers of the faith. Don't forget, earlier on I told you that no one religion is better than the other. And every religion makes meaning to its adherents. And that is what this scholar's definition is seeking to suggest. That it's a discipline. In other words, comparative religion is a discipline that helps us to study the religious traditions of humankind. And this study helps us to appreciate the fact that there are many religions, and each of these religions makes sense to the adherents of their particular religion. So as I lecture, if there are questions, you can, stop me and then ask your questions. Now, we call this study comparative religion. But beyond this name, scholars have also given it other names. And when you look at the definitions that we have given, you'll find that these names reflect in the various decisions, what's it called, definitions that we have given. One, scholars have referred to this discipline as the science of religion. As the science of religion. I want to believe that you have done introduction to the study of religion and human values at level 100. I want to believe you did that. Did you
Yes,
read
sir.
that?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, and then second semester also you read introduction to world religions.
No, sir.
Not yet, sir.
No, we didn't do world religion.
Okay, I don't know why they will make you do introduction to religion and human values, and they won't make you do introduction to world religions.
Maybe next semester.
Oh, are you in which level now? Which level are you?
Yes, we are in level 300. We are switch students.
Yes. Okay, switch students. Okay, well.
It's specifically for the major students.
I hear you. No problem.
I cannot give you.
Let's try and put off our microphone so we don't hear noise at the background, please. Boachi Owusu, I'm sure your microphone is on. Or it is mine. So, science of religion is one name that we call this discipline. Now, why do we call it so? If you remember your introduction to the study of religion and human values, you were taught about the methodology for the study of religion. I believe you were.
Yes, sir.
For the
Yes.
religion students.
For the religion student.
Yes, but we did we are major in different subjects.
Yes, sir. We did it. We did it, sir.
We did that. We did it.
Okay.
We did.
Yes, some of you didn't do introduction to religion and human values.
We all did that, sir.
We all did it.
So
It's for religion students.
Hello.
No, if you all did it, I mean, the question I'm asking is not only for religion students. I'm asking you a question on the basis of what you did in that course, religion and human values.
Hello.
Yeah, let's go on. Yes, you did epoche, you did eidetic, and those stuff. Exactly. Thank you. So, the science of religion.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
I think it was in African traditional religion, which those who are doing the minor did not do. We did it.
Well, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't go. It's okay. It's okay. But if you all did introduction to religion and human values, then everybody will have done it. But it's okay. Let's not belabor the point. Let's go on. So when we say that comparative religion is also called science of religion, we are making the point to suggest that as scholars, we say that the religion as an academic discipline is science. In other words, scientific methods discipline are in the academic study of objectivity, verification. All these are what scientists apply when they are performing natural scientific experiments and theories. And because religion is science, religion employs these scientific principles. We'll come to explain them jiffy. And when we use this term scientific, we use them in a double sense. In a narrow sense, we use it to mean the methods used by the natural scientists. In a wider sense, we use it to refer to any procedure which works with logical and coherent discipline from clearly indicated premises. In other words, anything that will enable you to employ logic, coherence, arguing from an indicated premises, you can call that discipline science. It is not only about physics or chemistry or biology or engineering or any of those sciences. Anytime you apply logic, you apply some coherent discipline and thought to any particular discipline, you can call that science. The second name that scholars have given is what they call history of religion. I mean, you will realize from the definitions that I gave earlier that each of them, especially Bender and then Louis Jordan, all talked about history, the origin, the history. So by history of religion, scholars are saying that when you undertake comparative religion, it helps you to trace the origin and growth of religious ideas and institutions. You're able to tell when it started. So if we take, for example, Christianity, we can tell that, oh, when did Christianity start? We'll first of all go back to Jesus Christ. And then, oh yes, it started with the birth and ministry of Jesus. After his death and resurrection, his disciples began spreading his message. And in no time today, almost close to a half of the world religions, the world population have accepted the message and all profess to be Christians. And so you can go back to the history. And so church historians will tell you about early Christian history. They will tell you about the Middle Ages. They will tell you about the Protestant movement. They will tell you about the charismatic and Pentecostal movement. They will talk about the new prophetics, how they started. So you begin to study the history of a religion, and you can't do comparative study of religion without knowing how the religion came into being. It helps you to try to understand the world's religions. Another name that scholars have given to this discipline is what they call the phenomenology of religion. The phenomenology of religion. Don't forget that in the definitions, we are told about the beliefs and the practices, the characteristics. That is what phenomenology is all about. It helps students of religion to study the visible aspect of religion. So we say that the phenomenologist of religion is interested in how religion manifests. What are the features, the characteristics of religion? So the phenomenologist will look at prayer, will look at sacrifice, will look at some other rituals, puberty rituals, marriage rituals, naming rituals, death rituals. The scholar will also look at pilgrimage. As we talk in our Muslims have just about wrapping up their pilgrimage to Mecca. And I'm sure in the coming days, if not this week, we're going to see the Ghanaian contingent that went to Mecca returning back home, if some of them have not already returned back home. And so as students or scholars, we are interested in the myths. So what are the stories that religious people have given to us to? So when religious people say that we believe in God, or we believe in the ancestors, or we believe in gods, or we believe in heaven, we believe in hell, we believe in punishment, we believe in predestination, we believe in reincarnation. What are some of the things that they look out for to show their belief? That is what we'll find mainly in myths, in the names, in their everyday sayings, in symbolisms. So phenomenological study helps us to look out for this aspect of religion and enable scholars to study any religion to bring out these beliefs and practices that I have spoken about. Now, this method also is important because it helps scholars to study religion without having any attachments to them. And so when you were introduced to epochy and eidetic, I'm sure you were taught how you can employ these two principles to study religion without having any attachments to them. I want to believe you were taught that.
Yes, sir, Prof.
So that is the introduction to the course. We have tried to understand what the religion is. We have given two definitions. Normally, I like to use the term descriptions or explanations. At times, definitions can be a little bit complex. But you can you can explain or describe and get the same meaning. And we use two scholars to try to explain or to describe the concept or the term comparative religion. I will add to say that comparative religion is a branch of the academic study of religion. We have the broader umbrella of academic study of religion. Here, as scholars, we have devoted ourselves to study religion. But because religion is a social phenomenon, in other words, because religion has to do with the human being, has to do with society, many branches of society are also interested in studying religion. That is why religion can be studied from the other subjects. So sociologists, people who are more interested in how society came about and how society formed, they will call them sociologists. Because religion is about society, they're also interested. And so we have an aspect of religion we call sociology of religion. Sociology also has to do with human beings. And there are people whose main academic strength is to study human beings. Is to study human beings. So in the Greek, anthropos is human or person. And so loga is study. So when we say anthropology, it means the study of the human person. So we have anthropologists who go about studying and how they came about. We call them anthropologists. And because they are interested in people and because religion is all about human beings, there is a branch of religion that we call anthropology of religion, where they will study their mates, their symbols, and other aspects, totems, and what have you, of the people. Anthropology of religion is an aspect of religion. And then we have the phenomenology of religion, where these are people who are interested in how religion plays out in the open, in the public. So even though religion is a spiritual affair, the phenomenologist of religion is not interested in what is not, but is interested in what ought to be. In other words, they are interested in looking at those things that are manifestly visible. So when you say, for example, I believe in God, the phenomenologist of religion will not ask you whether God exists. To show that you believe in God, what is it that you do that proves that you believe in God? Also, you want to look at the names they give to their children. The names they give to their children is suggestion of their belief and faith in God. You want to look at as they celebrate. You want to look at even their everyday conversations. When they talk among themselves, what is it that they say among themselves that suggests their belief in God? That is what you will be interested in. So if they say heaven exists, of course, there's no way they can go to heaven and take pictures and come and prove that truly I have been to heaven. But they will have to do things that will give an indication that when they say heaven exists, this is the things that they do to show that truly they believe in the existence of heaven. Any question, please? Any question, please?
Please, no question. Let's continue, sir.
Hello? Now, if there's no question, we were going to look at the methodology scholars have employed for the study of comparative religion. For the study of comparative religion. As scholars, we say that comparative religion must be approached from the point of objectivity. From the point of objectivity. Now, the essence of comparative religion is not to study the various religions, like I said in my introduction, in a bid to grade them so as to determine which of them is superior and which of them is inferior. That is not the essence of the academic study. We say that comparative religion is science. And because it is science, it must be approached from the scientific methods. In other words, as scholars, we must apply scientific methods in our inquiry. We want to understand comparative religion. Because it is science, we must and we should approach it from that point of view. And when we say scientific method, exactly what is it that we mean? It is the process by which natural scientists, and in this case, when we say natural scientists, I'm referring to like the biologists, the chemists, the physicists, and those other scholars who will go to the laboratories and perform scientific tests using the test tubes and chemicals, engineering, and what have you. Those are the natural scientists. As scholars of religion, ours is to adopt their principles, their methodology in our own inquiry. And so, in employing the scientific methods or discipline of principles, what are these that the natural scientists make use of? we have about 4 or so principles that scientists in their apply so as to come up with a result that will be acceptable to everybody. Now, these principles are what we call: 1, humility; 2, first-hand information; 3, objectivity; and then 4, verifiability. Now let's try and take them one after the other. So we'll look at humility. Now, by humility, what do we mean? When natural scientists are undertaking their research, they begin their research with a view of not knowing anything. And with a mindset of trying to go into the research to want to learn. And so they go, of course, yes, you might have done probably the diploma and you want to upgrade to the bachelor's now. I'm sure you might have heard of this educational principle of tabula rasa. I believe that some of you might have heard it, not all of
Yes,
you.
Prof.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
About
Yeah,
the
we
educational.
heard it, sir.
Yes, sir.
So the natural scientist enters into that inquiry with that mindset of tabula rasa, on a clean sheet. There's nothing, I don't know anything. Let me go and then learn something from it. It is what Edmund Husserl will call epochy. Epochy, as you learned in the introduction to study of religion and human values, requires that scholars or students of religion will enter into a religious study without any preconceived notion. In other words, you go in with a understanding that you don't know anything about that religion. So the researcher in this instance must be humble to admit that he or she does not know anything about the religion and is ready to learn and to make statement and comment that will come out of what he will have learned or she would have learned. Now, humility also means or requires the researcher to put aside any personal convictions and ideas about the religion he or she is going to study in order not to be biased when the person is making a comment on that religion. Now, the idea of humility also gives the researcher the notion that every religion is valid and every religion is important, like I have said or stated in the introductory comment that I've made. Also, humility gives the researcher leverage not to look down and denigrate other people's religion. Now, in talking about this, one scholar Dwakenbach made a comment, and I quote him. He says that it is true that to love truth, you must hate untruth. But it is not true that in order to exalt your own faith, you must hate and denigrate those of another faith. Let me repeat myself again. And here I'm quoting Dwakenbach. These are not my words. I'm quoting Dwakenbach. Bach says, it is true that to love truth, you must hate untruth. I mean, if you're a lover of truth, obviously anything that is a lie, you hate it. Is that not the case? But he says that it is never true that because you want to exalt your own faith, you have to hate and denigrate the faith of others. And so the point I'm trying to make with this quotation of Dwakenbach is that when you study someone's religion, it helps you. When you employ humility in studying someone's religion, it helps you to show respect to that religion. Because you humble yourself, you come to the realization that you don't know anything about that religion. And even if you know, you have put aside that knowledge. Another scholar, Geoffrey Parender, in discussing how important humility is to the academic study of comparative religion, says that humility helps a scholar to acknowledge and accept that religious traditions other than their own have the right to exist. So when you employ humility, you come to the appreciation and understanding that other religious persuasions other than yours have the right to exist. And so I'm going to study these religions, knowing very well that they have the right to exist like the religion I adhere to. So that is the first principle, scientific principle, that as academics and students of comparative religion, we can borrow, because like we said, natural scientists make use of this notion when they study their, or they undertake their own study. The second principle is first-hand information. First-hand information. According to scholars, as student of religion, student of comparative religion, you are not supposed to rely on only first-hand information. Sorry, secondary information, I should say. You are not supposed to rely on only secondary information. It is not to say that secondary sources are bad. No, they are very much important when you are studying religion as an academic discipline. But it's important that you gather first-hand information. Edmund Husserl calls this eidetic. This action of trying to gather first-hand information, Edmund Husserl will call it eidetic. Eidetic intuition says that academic or scholars of religion, when they are doing their study, must go to the source of the information they are looking for, what he calls the eidos, so as to study the essentials of that religion. Now, what is it that a comparative religionist is interested in? Is interested in wanting to know what the believer has. So if a scholar is supposed to be fair and unbiased, then he or she is supposed to go to the people who have the information. So that what do? You go to the people to find out at first hand, what is it that you do? Why do you perform this ritual? For example, you are not a Muslim. You have read in the literature the concept of ablution. The concept of ablution before prayer, salat. Muslims perform ablution, their ritual bath. You don't know what it is. Eidetics is to try to understand the meaning of ablution and why Muslims must perform ablution before they pray. It doesn't matter if you came out of a jacuzzi bath before you went to the mosque, you will still perform the ablution. So that should tell you that, one, ablution is not to wash yourself of a physical dirt. Because even if you just came out of the shower, and went to the mosque, you will still perform the ablution. So to know why Muslims perform ablution, who best can explain that to you? It's not a Muslim. It is the Muslim who can better explain to you the essence of ablution. So first-hand information, using a dietic or borrowing a dietic from Edmund Hassan, said, go to the Muslims and ask the Muslims, my brothers, why do you perform ablution? What is the essence, the importance of performing ablution? They will tell you, or we perform ablution because of A, B, C. Now, you will realize that you will have gotten the information right from, as we'll call it, the horse's own mouth. First-hand information. And so, in comparative study of religion, we say that it is not proper to depend on secondary sources alone. You are looking for is consent. Now, one major means of conducting or gathering first-hand information is to conduct your research as a participant observer. And as a participant observer, you are able to enter into the essence of the religion. In other words, you're able to go to the believers, the owners of the information, and join them as they perform their rituals. If they allow you to join, whatever they are doing, you are also doing with them. They are dancing, you are dancing. They are rolling on the ground. If you need to roll, you are rolling on the ground. I mean, whatever they are doing, as you join them in the performance, you are also, because you are there as a student of religion and as a researcher, you ask them questions. For the participant observer is able to gather information very well. But as you do so, one other scholar, Ninian Smart, says that you must employ what he calls empathetic neutrality. Empathetic neutrality. What does that mean? I mean, we all know what it means to show empathy. We all know what it means to show empathy. I mean, what does it mean to show empathy? You know, normally when somebody dies and there's a funeral notice, what do we see? All sympathizers are welcomed. Because when you are showing sympathy, you are only trying to commiserate with the person. Oh, we are sorry for what has happened. We sympathize with you. Take heart. And so on and so forth. But see, when you are empathizing with somebody, that loss of the person you consider to be your own loss. you grieve as if you have suffered that personal loss. In other words, empathy is more emotional, more, involving than sympathy. So Nina Smart is saying, show empathetic neutrality. In other words, while you are showing empathy, pretending or behaving like the religious believer, you must show neutrality. You must know that I am a scholar of religion. I'm only interested in the religious data. And so even though I'm behaving as if I am like one of you, I'm really not one of you in the sense of believing in what you are doing. And so if you say that you believe in God, yes, I agree with you so far as that is what your belief is. And when I'm writing about it, I write it in a manner that when you take it to study, you will see your religion in what I have written. But you see, as we say as academic scholars, if religious adherents don't see their religion in what you have religion, that is not their religion. That is not their religion. Whatever you write, when the adherent gets to read, they must see their religion in your writing. And so empathetic neutrality is able to help you gather first-hand information without being attached to their religion. And we'll come to see why we say that you should not be attached to their religion. The third scientific principle that scholars of academic or comparative religion can employ is what we call verifiability. Verifiability. In other words, trying to ascertain, to find out whether what somebody else has said is true or not. So we say that scientific data must be verified to establish the correctness of that data, that claim. And this idea is also found in the academic study of religion. Verifiability enables other scholars of religion to confirm claims made by earlier writers on any religious phenomenon. So let me give some. You know, when COVID came, we had a lot of vaccines. Some of them were brought to Ghana, and some of us took those shots. Two of the vaccines became popular. I don't know if some others came. But we had the Johnson & Johnson and then the AstraZeneca. Now, those Some of us took the Johnson and Johnson shot, and so you were made to take just one shot. Those who took the AstraZeneca or so, they were required to take 2 shots. So they take the first one. After some days or weeks, they were required to take the second shot. Now, before these vaccines were allowed to be administered on us, at least for Ghana, the Food and Drugs Authority, the FDA, the state body that is responsible for ensuring that whether it is food or drink or water or medicine, they are safe for us to consume, tested them before they were administered on us. In other words, they verified to be sure that these vaccines are safe for them to be given to us. And so they were verified. When the FDA said, oh, yes, the vaccines are okay, they are good to be used, they allowed the Ghana Health Service to roll out and sent it to all over the country for us to go and take those shots. Verifiability. Now, when we bring that idea into religion, we're saying that when religious claims are made, scholars like us are supposed to go and verify to find out whether those religious claims are true or not. And so if a writer claims that a religious group is involved in human sacrifice, or that they engage in stone worshiping, that claim must be verified by other scholars. They may want to know whether truly this community performs human sacrifice. So verifiability is very, very important. There have been many, many claims made against indigenous African religions, which were later found out not to be true. When scholars came to study their religion and had first-hand information, interacted with the indigenous people, they came to realize that those earlier information that were told, that indigenous people were cannibals, indigenous people were this, indigenous people didn't know God, indigenous people were stone worshippers, indigenous people were this. When it turned out that most of the things that were said about the indigenous people happen not to be true. Not to be true. Objectivity. Of course, when we take natural scientists, they tend to look at from the point of what they see. Before scientists said, oh, we have what we call the Milky Way. There is the planetary body. We have 9 planets in the solar system. We have this star. They have evidence to prove that the so-called Milky Way or the so-called, planetary bodies is made up of 9 stars, the galaxies, 9 planets, from Venus to Mars to Jupiter to this or to that. At least they have used a telescope to try and observe and gotten some information. So there is some evidence to what they are talking about. They are not talking about it from their mind. In other words, it is not what they think. It is not what they think, but it is what there is or there are. So they speak objectively. So that as students of religion, we say that you must be objective in your discussion. So when you are discussing something, you don't say, well, I think that the belief of the people is not good, or the way the people worship God, it is not how God should be worshipped. A student of religion or a scholar of religion is not supposed to use those words. You must be objective in what you say, in what you do. That is why we say that as scholars of religion, we are not interested in what ought to be. We are interested in what is, not what ought to be. It is not about, I think. No, it is not what you think. It is what it is. What is the reason why we celebrate in Cape Coast, for example, we celebrate Faith to Afashe Festival. Why do we celebrate it? Why do the Gans celebrate Homowo? When they tell you why they celebrate Homowo, it is not for you to say, well, I think the reasons they have given don't make sense to me. Nobody is trying to talk about this instance with the intent of it making sense to you. It should make sense to the adherents of the religion. Any question, please? Any question, please? Hello?
No questions, sir. Please. Please, no questions, sir.
Is it to suggest that I've made myself clear and what I'm saying is so clear, or I have confused you,
Yes,
you
sir.
don't even know the questions to ask?
Oh, sir, everything is clear.
Sir, you are so clear.
Which
It's
is
going
which?
down well.
I'm very clear.
Yeah,
Very clear, sir.
Well, if you say so. Yeah, thank you. What time are we supposed to end this lecture?
They say 4
4,
o'clock.
sir.
I think it's 4 o'clock.
Why? They want to kill us. We are going to have 4 straight hours of lecture. Who does that? Okay, we will take a break. You get me? It's just 2 o'clock. We're going to take 30 minutes break. Or do we continue to 3 and then we'll end? I don't think I can teach for 4 straight hours. How do you want
Please,
it?
sir, let's
Please
have a
let's
break.
discuss
Okay,
it.
Prof.
Let's continue to
Sir,
three so
Okay,
that
Prof.
we break.
30 minutes.
How do you want us to go about it?
please, sir, let's have the break. 30 minutes, then
So I think we should
come
go
back.
to we should get to three and then we break. I think that would be.
A break.
How do you want us to go about it?
The break.
Sir, please, I suggest that we
Sir, we'll
can
go on
go
break
for.
now and come back
Sir,
30
please,
minutes
I
time.
suggest we can go for probably probably
Go to three, then
10,
I'm
20
going to
minutes
sit
break
when
a
I'm
bit.
tired.
Well, we basically have about an hour to close. So let's continue. When it's three, then you close.
Yeah, let's continue. When it's three, then we close.
Yes, that's
Basically have an hour.
Okay, so what we want to do is that yes, so we are going to take. It is 2 o'clock now. We'll be talking for about 20 minutes. Who is talking? Let one person talk so that I can hear.
So I said that
Yes,
it's not
someone was
you.
saying
One will
something. Can I
continue.
keep
So when
quiet?
it's break, then you close to begin.
Hello,
Well,
sir.
okay,
Hello, sir.
that's fine. You let's go.
Hello, colleagues. Please, let's continue to 3 o'clock for us to for
So
lecture to go and
let
rest,
let
so
let me
that we
pause and take
can do
questions
one or
from
two
you.
things.
Any any question from what we've been discussing so far?
No, Prof. Continue, sir.
I think it's better we go for 3 o'clock and break, sir.
Prof, Prof, hello. Hello.
Hello, Israel. Please, are we on break or is the network?
It seems you agreed to continue. It might be the network.
Yeah, he agreed for us to continue, so it's the network.
That's good. We should continue so that we can break at 3 o'clock. This is
Yes.
Sunday, Adam Martin's Day.
Please, my network was disturbing me. Are we on break or we are still continuing?
We are continuing, sir.
Okay.
Prof is awful. It's off from the line.
Prof, Prof is angry with us. We are let, I wanted to go for a break. We're also not ready for him to go for a break. So that is why he's angry with us. Yeah, I'm joking.
He's not hungry. He said he was taking a water break and he will soon join us.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we are
Hello,
here.
sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I think my line dropped.
Yes.
So let me go. Let me. Yes, Comfort, you have your hand up. I hope it is not a mistake.
Yes, yes, Prof. I have a question.
Is it?
So, Prof,
Yeah, please do ask.
Prof, with the
Yes,
first-hand
ask your question,
information,
please.
yes, with regards to the first-hand information, the student religion is asked to take part in the activities of the adherents. Prof, in the case of drumming and dancing, maybe pouring of libation, where we hear that the spirits could be invoked into the people who are dancing and drumming, and they also begin to move in a certain style. How will the students manage this aspect? Do you in and
Hello.
by mistake the spirit will capture you?
Hello,
Thank you.
Comfort.
Hello, Prof.
Hello.
Hello, Prof. I've asked the
Hello,
question.
can
Hello.
you people hear me? Yes, Comfort. I don't know whether it is my end or your end. It was breaking. I was not hearing you.
Oh, okay. Hello.
I don't know if the fault is coming from my end or it's coming from your end.
Okay. Hello, sir. Your line was breaking too.
Yes, if you can.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So let's hear you now.
Yes.
I think it's better.
All right. My question is about having the first-hand information. Um, we are told that the students of religion must take part in the activities of the adherents. So, in the case of drumming and dancing with traditional African worship, if the student takes part and during the drumming and dancing, the spirits possess the student, how would one manage this situation? Hello, Prof. Hello.
Prof is off.
Yeah.
Prof is off.
So if I got your question, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir. Prof.
Yes, Prof.
Am I?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Hey, I'm
Sir,
here.
hi,
So,
Prof.
Hello,
We
sir.
can hear you, Prof.
I
Sir,
can
we
see all
can
of
hear
that.
you.
I can hear you. Okay. So if Comfort, let me see if I got your question correct. If I didn't, then you can straighten for me. That there's drumming and dancing, and there's the idea of a spirit possession, and you are a student of religion and you are there. That whether you are going to be possessed by the spirit, is that what you are saying?
Yes, Prof. How do you manage that situation? Since you are supposed to
Well,
exercise
it's
empathetic
a good question.
neutrality.
Of course, yes. Now, when we say participant observation, it will be limited to what you'll be allowed to participate in. For example, during the Fetu Afashe, one of the rituals that they perform is what they call the Akoms Night. The Akoms Night. And it's open to the public. It is somewhere 11 p.m. to midnight, 1 a.m. thereabouts. And the various priests, priestesses come and they dance and they are possessed by the deities and they do all that they have to do. But people go there to observe. Now, if you're a student of religion and you want to study, you want to understand, you want to see their comes now, you can go there and observe and see yourself. But you may not be invited to go and take part in the what's it called? As the Okonfo are dancing to the rhythms and inviting the gods to come and possess them. You may not go in there and be part of it. So in that instance, you are an observer, but you are not a participant observer because the kind of rituals they are performing may not allow you to participate. But for example, every year as part of my lectures of comparative religion in the university, we take our students to the Hindu monastery. We take them to the Hindu monastery and we participate in their worship. We go there by 5:36. We are there. We take part in the temple worship. We go back to the back of the temple to perform the fire worship. All of us will join them as we fetch oil and pour into the fire. We join them to recite the Hindu mantra. We come back to the temple to listen to the exhortations. They will put ash on our forehead like what the Catholics do, the Ash Wednesday ritual. And then when they finish, they even give us food, which is more of a vegetarian food. So in that worship, we are participant observers. We take part and we observe. But it is not a ritual that will lead to spirit possession. And so if the ritual is such that will lead to spirit possession, because you are not trained to be possessed by the spirit, you will not even be invited or be allowed to be part of that dancing. But you can be an observer and stand outside and watch as the priests and priestesses perform the ritual dance and then they get possessed by the spirit. Unless maybe in the course of the rituals, any of the deities can possess anybody. And if you are there and probably they have possessed you or called you to be a priest or priestess, that becomes a different subject altogether. But in terms of you going there, and the ritual requires that you can be part of it, you will be allowed and you will not be possessed by any of the spirits there. You will not be possessed. But if it is the type that such possession may take place, then people will be told that no, you can't come beyond this perimeter. Beyond this perimeter, you could be possessed by the spirits and it could be something else. And so stay beyond here and then you can look and observe and not come into I wouldn't even want to call it harm's way, because even if it so happen that you are possessed, there are experienced priests and priestesses who are there who can conveniently deal with the situation and take you out of that miscomfort, if you may want to call it so. And so the fear that somebody, you are going to do a research and the spirit, the gods can possess you, is not something that happens, because to be able to take part, you must be given permission. And if the people gives you permission, they know that that will not occur. Other than that, you have to stay out and then observe. Like there comes night, the people stay back and they observe. They don't go and join their kung fu as they are doing their dancing and ritual stuff like that. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yes, Prof. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So any other question, please? Any other question, please? So then let's look at what, as I was saying before my line dropped, reasons for the study of comparative religion. And so scholars have given us some reasons why it's important to undertake this academic inquiry. That one, it helps scholars or all of us to appreciate the fact that there are several ways to know and worship God. In other words, when we come to see that there are many religions of the world, we'll come to appreciate the fact that worshiping God is not just one way. We can worship God from diverse ways, as long as there is plurality of religious thoughts. There are plurality of knowing and worshiping God. So when one religion will look at another religion and say that you don't know God. You know, when the Europeans came to our part of the world, when you study church history in West Africa, we are told by church historians that the first Christian mass was said or organized in West Africa in the year 1482. It's either the 9th or 10th of January, 1482. And it happened at Elmina. It happened at Elmina. I mean, when Don Diego de Azambuja and his friends came to our part of the world. Now, when they came and eventually the other Europeans came and Christianity came, impression was created that the Africans didn't know God. Why did they come to that erroneous conclusion? They did because when they came, they didn't see any temple dedicated to the worship of God. So they erroneously concluded that the African did not know God. But of course, that was not correct. It was not correct because long before the Europeans came, our forefathers and our foremothers knew and worshiped God, which they called by the various names: Mau, Atana Yumo, Onyankopon, Olodumare, Ingewo, Ogene. I mean, depending on the language of the people, they called God as such. And so when we study comparative religion, it helps us to know and appreciate that there are many ways to know and to worship God. Also, this academic discipline helps to inculcate in students ability to treat issues relating to religion in an academic way. So we don't look at religion as just a way of life, just beliefs and practices. We see religion as academic. It's an academic discipline. So when we study religion, we are not doing Sunday school. It is not my pastor says, it is not what the Bible says. It is what the literature says. We are looking at what the scholars have said. So we study it like anybody will study English, anybody will study French, anybody will study chemistry, anybody will study biology, anybody will study mathematics. Purely an academic inquiry, nothing more, nothing less. Also, this study helps us to form a general opinion on religions of the world without being attached to any one of them. And so, as a scholar of religion, I can make a comment on any religion, academic comment. At least I have some basic knowledge in Hinduism, Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, Shintoism, Judaism, Islam, Christianity, African traditional religion, and other African derivative religions. I don't need to be attached to any of them to be able to study them. Some of the best scholars in Christianity are Muslims. Some of the best scholars in Islam are Christians. In fact, a lot of the scholars in African traditional religion. Hello, Mabel, can you stop your mic, please? Mabel, your mic is on and it's giving us feedback. For specializing in African traditional religion, most of us are Christians. Some are Muslims, but we specialize in it because of. Hello, Mabel, your mic is on. Can you put it off? Another reason why studying comparative religion is important is that it helps to promote peaceful coexistence in a pluralistic religious society. In a pluralistic religious society, I made mention earlier on that there is no one religion. I mean, the world is made up of many religions. It is important, is valid. Now, when we study comparative religion, and we get to understand that every religion is valid, every religion is important to the adherents of that religion, we will come to live with them peacefully. We'll come to coexist. Why not? I mean, if somebody is a Muslim, you understand why the person should be a Muslim. If somebody is a Christian, you understand why the person should be a Christian. If somebody is a Hindu, you understand why the person should be a Hindu. You will not look down on people because they don't belong to the same religion that you belong to. No. You not consider them to be lost. I mean, like many Christians will say, oh, if you don't believe in Christ, if you are not a Christian, then you are lost. I mean, as scholars of religion, we say that that is not correct. That is not correct. Because nobody has died and gone to heaven and come back home. I mean, people have claimed that they have died, they were taken to heaven, and they are back. But none of them has given us any proof. None of them have given us any proof that somebody went to heaven and came back with evidence. I mean, if any of you travel to America or to Canada or to Germany, especially in this day of social media, the next time you have taken pictures, you are in front of the Champs-Élysées in Paris with picture, you are at New York Times Square with pictures, or you've gone to Buckingham Palace to take pictures to prove that you are in Canada. I mean, in Canada, you go to the Niagara Falls, which is supposed to be the biggest waterfall in the world, I think. And you are at the Niagara Falls, you take pictures to prove that, yes, this is not Photoshop, you are really in Canada. But who has gone to heaven and has come back with pictures from heaven? That you took a selfie with Angel Michael or with Moses, or you took a selfie with, I don't know who else. Nobody has. I'm not saying that there is no heaven, but nobody can say that because I'm not a Christian, I will not go to heaven. Who says so? I mean, probably you get to heaven and it will shock you to see that the people you think will not be in heaven are the ones you will meet in heaven. And those you think you will meet in heaven, when you go to hell, you meet them there. And so, comparative religion helps to promote peaceful coexistence in a pluralistic religious society. I mean, there's no one religion. We are many religions, and all of us are supposed to peacefully coexist. When we study comparative religion and we get to understand why every religion must exist, you'll be able to live peacefully with other people. Then the last reason we can talk about is that when you study comparative religion, it helps you, and when we were studying the methods, we alluded to this. It helps you to present an unbiased account of people's religion from their own perspective. In other words, objectivity is important. You must behave like what the scholars call, and Ninian Smart uses this term again. He calls it methodological agnosticism. An agnostic is spelled A-G-N-O-S-T-I-C. Agnostic. Now, this word comes from the Greek word. In fact, two Greek words. The Greek word is aginosko. Aginosko means I don't know. Now, ginosko in Greek means to, they know, we know. So depending on the context you use the Ginosko will mean that. So we know, I know, they know. Now, when you put the negative to ginosko, it becomes aginosko. So aginosko means I don't know, they don't know, we don't know. So it is from the word aginosko in Greek that we have the English word agnostic. Now, agnostic is simply means you don't know anything. In other words, when he's an agnostic, he's saying that you get to a position where you neither confirm nor deny the existence of any religious truth. So the obvious question is, I don't know. Now there is this scholar we call Pascal the Wager, or Pascal Wager. Pascal Wager says, for me, whether God exists or not, I don't know. But I will serve him all the same. If I die and I go and there is no God, I don't lose anything. I don't lose anything. But if I say that there is no God and I don't serve him and I die and I go and there is God waiting for me, what will I tell God? So Pascal the Wager or Pascal Wager will say, whether God exists or not, me, I don't know. So like an agnostic, I don't know. But nevertheless, I will serve him all the same. If I die and it's not there, well, I don't lose anything. Maybe the only thing will be some little regret that because of the fear of God and retribution, I didn't enjoy my life to the fullest. But beyond that, if it's not there, what do I lose? And so the academic study of religion help us to study religion without denying or affirming the truth or otherwise of that religion. So when Christian says that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, if I'm studying that idea as a non-Christian, it is not for me to question Christians believe in that, especially when maybe as a Muslim, I believe that Allah, to get to Allah, you just have to believe in him. Follow the Quran, follow the hadith of the prophets. You don't need to believe in Christ and go through Christ. So I'm studying Christianity as a Muslim. Comparative, you can do so without Christianity as an Islamic scholar or as a Muslim and understand why Christians believe in the Trinity. And you don't need to question it. Like I said, some of the best Islamic scholars are Christians. They are not Muslims. I mean, they are Christians who have studied Islam, studied the Quran, studied the Hadith, studied it. They know so much about Islam. Of course, as a comparative scholar, I have studied Islam, but I cannot call myself an Islamic scholar because I haven't done Islam to the level that I can call myself an Islamic scholar. But I have studied African traditional religion. I have studied comparative religion to the point I can call myself a comparative religionist I'm an African traditional scholar because of the amount of studies I have done. And so comparative religion help us to study religions, and we will not be biased when we are dealing with other religions other than the religion we were born into. Any question, please? Any question, please? Any question, please?
Please, sir, no question, sir.
No.
Give me 5 minutes, we'll continue. Okay, so we have done with the introductory aspect of the course. In other words, we have looked at the definition of what comparative religion is. We have sought to look at the methods of comparative religion, and we have concluded with the reasons why we study comparative religion as academics. The next set of discussions we are going to have will begin the subject of doing comparisons. And this will entail selecting certain themes and bringing examples of the world's religions to try to explain the theme. The first theme we will begin with today is what we call the concept of avatara and incarnation. Avatara and incarnation. These are twin, in fact, they mean the same thing, but we are using them in the context of two religions. So we're going to look at avatara in Hinduism. Avatara is, because for next week, I will be able to show you the slides. It shouldn't be a problem. Next week, we should be able to see the slides. I don't even know why I couldn't open the slides. But Avatara is spelled A-V-A-T-A-R-A. Like I said, I will send you the slides so you can read and follow as we go. So we are going to look at Avatara in Hinduism. Now, Hinduism is a religion founded thousands of years ago. We don't know who founded Hinduism. We don't know who founded Hinduism. But there are literature that tells us about some periods Hinduism have gone through. Now, in this subject we are going to treat, I am not going to take you to the beginning of Hinduism. We will not do that because it is not part of the course. But just to let you know that Hinduism is a religion that is found in India. In fact, when we go to India today, about 90% of the Indian population are Hindus. They are Hindus. And Hinduism is actually one of the oldest religions that we find in the world. Hinduism has many gods. And one of these gods, and in Hinduism, we teach that there are what we call the three, or I like to use the term the triad, the Hindu triad. I normally don't want to use the term Trinity because it sounds more of a Christian idea. So I use the term triad, the three Hindu deities that perform some important functions. The first one is Brahma. Brahma. Brahma is spelled B-R-A-H-M-A. B-R-A-H-M-A. Brahma. Brahma is the god of creation. God of creation. But we are not going to, he is not important for this subject we are discussing. But I'm just giving you that as an extra information. Then the second god on the triad is Vishnu. V-I-S-H-N-U. Vishnu. Vishnu is the god of preservation. Then the third god in the triad is Shiva. Shiva. Shiva is the god of destruction and renewal. The god of destruction and renewal. But we're going to focus on the second god, Vishnu. When, as far as this topic we are treating is concerned, Avatara in Hinduism. Now, what is the meaning of Avatara? What does the concept mean? Avatara simply means the manifestation of a deity in the physical world. The manifestation of a deity in the physical world. In other words, and in the context of Hinduism, like I said, we are going to focus on Vishnu, the second god in the triad, the god responsible for preservation. So if we bring Vishnu into the equation, then we will say that in the Hindu concept of avatara, it means the coming down of Vishnu into the physical world. The question is, what is the purpose of avatara, or Vishnu's coming into the physical world? There are basically two main purposes. The first is what scholars will call soteriology. Soteriology. This simply means salvation. So in scholarship, soteriology is the study of salvation. You'll find this mainly in what word am I looking for? The word will come. The word will come. So when scholars study salvation, they use the term sexuology as the term to study. So one purpose is for salvation, to save the world and to save mankind. The second purpose is eschatology. Eschatology. Eschatology means the study of the idea or the concept of the end of the world. Yes, the word I was looking for earlier on is theology. Theologians. Theologians will call eschatology, they use another term for it, parousia. And here I'm talking about Christian theologians. Parousia. The second coming of Christ or the end of the world. Eschatology. In Hinduism, these two ideas come out in the study of Avatara, when the god Vishnu, and later as we come to say Shiva, come down for the purpose of salvation. Now, in Hinduism, it is believed that this god, Vishnu, and here we are talking about the Hindu mythology, so not a historical occurrence. These are mythical stories. So some of the things you say may sound weird in your ears, but they are mythology. And mythologies are means with which religious people used to explain or to express their beliefs and their practices. In Hinduism, there are the idea that the deity called Vishnu, Lord Vishnu, has incarnated or has come down several times. There are 10 avatars of Vishnu that Hindu scholars actually agree on. And that is what we are going to use. The 10 avatars of Vishnu. And the reasons why Vishnu had to come. And so we're going to try and take maybe the first 5 today. And then when we meet, God willing, next week, we will, but next week, I don't know. I'm taking, it's because we didn't have lectures today. I'm taking an online course for some professional program that I'm doing for my own enhancement on management and those stuff. And we have our lectures on Sundays, online lectures. And that's what I've been attending. Unless maybe next week I'll have to go and attend the physical lectures so I can teach you online on Sunday, because they are clashing. We're also supposed to be ending that lecture, I think, this month or next month. But I'll see what will happen. We'll try and work out something. Whether we will move this lecture or we'll maintain it, or I don't know. I'll think I'll take a decision on it by next week. But let's go on today. The first mythology of Vishnu's avatar. In that mythology, it is said that Vishnu appeared as a fish. Now, in this avatar, when I give you the slides, you will see more details. In this avatar, it is said that the world was going to be destroyed by a flood. Vishnu came as a fish and appeared to the first man, according to the myth or the religious story, and ordered him to build a boat and go on the boat and take other creatures onto the boat and those of his family onto the boat, because there was going to be a flood that will consume the world. And the man in the mythology is called Manu. Manu obeyed, built the boat, and then put everybody who was around in the boat. The flood came, destroyed mankind, but this man, Manu, and his family and the animals that were on the boat were preserved. Were saved. And so the human race was saved from complete destruction. Now that was the first avatar. So the first avatar was destruction of the world through flood. It's a story that is found in many religions of the world. In fact, for many Christians, we only think that it is the Noah story that talks about such an incident. No. In fact, the Noah story is only one of such stories. Before the Noah story, there were the Egyptian story of Atrahasis. there were many stories like this one that we have talked about. And don't forget that this Hindu mythology existed thousands of years before the Bible was composed, before Hinduism even came. This story is only just a reminder of how the world's religions see some of these occurrences. The belief that God was going to destroy, there was going to be a destruction of the world, and Vishnu had to come as the fish to warn mankind, to save mankind from total extinction. Then there's the second avatar. And you see, because it is not a historical occurrences, if you ask me which year did it happen, the years in between the two, I mean, the literature cannot tell you. It's not possible for even a Hindu scholar to tell you that it happened in the year this BCE. No, because it is a mythology. I mean, those of you who read the Bible, how many of you who can tell me which year the the Noah flood took place in the world? Which year was that? In this avatar, it is said that the treasures of mankind had been thrown into the ocean of milk. That is what the mythology says. These treasures. And so he took the form of a tortoise and then laid on the bed of the ocean. And the people stepped or stood on it as a foundation to help them turn the ocean to be able to recover these treasures that have been lost in the ocean. And so in this avatar, was able to help mankind to recover the treasures that they have lost. That they have lost. So that was avatar. In this avatar, Vishnu came as a boa. B-O, it's like a pig, the forest pig. In the fancy or in the account, we call it, is it cockatoo we call it? I'm not so sure. The boa, that is how Vishnu
it's
is said to have incarnated or come down. In that avatar, it is said that one demon, and in this avatar, one thing that we're going to say is about Vishnu fighting demons. one demon called Hiranyaksha took the earth and threw the earth into the bottom of the sea. Don't ask me how that was possible. That is what the myth says. Now, Vishnu had to battle this demon and eventually defeated this demon after about 1,000 years of battle. About 1,000 years of battle. And was able to now raise the earth out of the water with his task. You know, this wild pig has the horn on the mouth, the task. And so he was able to raise the earth from the bottom of the ocean. And in other words, preserve the earth from extinction. So that was the third avatar. The fourth avatar Vishnu as half man, half animal. Another demon Hello, you can't hear me. Can you hear me?
The line is breaking. You can't hear you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello,
Sir,
sir.
not that
The
we
line
can't hear
is
you, but the
breaking.
line is breaking.
Breaking.
No,
So
Sir,
please.
we can, but the line is breaking.
the fourth Vishnu.
Hello.
Vishnu. I didn't hear.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
It's
can hear
okay
you.
now.
It wasn't an issue of not hearing you. It was the network. It was breaking. And so it wasn't your fault. So let's
But
continue.
the line break. Yes, hello. Am I clear now?
The line is breaking.
So I think if
Yes,
you
sir.
could if you
Prof,
could
you are
repeat
clear
the
now.
forthcoming again.
Prof, we can hear, but
Yes, Prof, we can hear you now.
Well, that's fine. It's gone past 3.
the line is breaking.
We'll end for today. Hello, are you asking a question?
I
Hello,
was
Mutel, are you
saying if
asking a
you could
question?
come again. Prof, I was saying if you
I'm not
could
asking this.
hello, Prof.
Yeah, is somebody? Yeah, please ask if you ask.
Yes, I was saying if you could repeat the forthcoming again so that maybe you could end the class there.
Yes, sir, Prof.
I'm sure it's the network.
Yes, the network.
I'm sure it's the network. It could be the network.
Yes.
Okay, so let's 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 try and see if you can hear me clear. Can you hear me clear?
Yeah, it's okay, Master.
Yes, sir. We
I
can
can
hear
hear
loud and
you.
clear.
Only that sometimes the lines will be breaking. We can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello,
We can
Prof.
hear
Yes,
you
sir,
loud
Prof.
and clear, sir.
Let allow him to talk. Let the man talk.
Sammy, the man is asking us a question whether we are hearing him or not. So we have to answer him.
You, Sammy, today your network is fine, eh? Okay.
Sammy's network is now 100% too.
I suggest we call it a day because the network has started.
Madam, open
The
to my
course rep,
care.
the course rep has to ask Prof if you can get the slides so that we start reading it. That will be better.
Yeah. But Prof is still on the line.
But unfortunately, I myself cannot hear him at all.
All of us, all of us.
No one can hear him.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah, on functional with Yato.
But is he still talking? Hello? Is Prof still talking?
Yeah, he's quite a go. He's quite
Empty or so. Please mute yourself. Empty. Oh.
Please, course rep, please draw the timetable for us. We are not. We don't know when we started this one. I just joined you. Please, course rep, draw the timetable for us.
This is supposed to be 12 to 4.
Every Sunday. Every Sunday, please.
Today,
Every Sunday, haven't you received the various links? The timetable
please
is
help
the
us
same
draw
as
the
the link.
timetable for us. For the link,
No, the
if you
link
have
is the same as the
that
timetable.
will help us. The Oracle, please help us. Why, if you have draw the timetable for us.
What I'm saying is that the link is the same as the timetable. So once you have the link, it means you have the timetable automatically.
For the link, we can't just.
Oh, you don't know the link I'm referring to?
No, please.
Okay, then
Please pass with the timetable.
it is on the various platform WhatsApps.
Please, we are just pleading. We are just pleading. Oracle, please draw the timetable for
You
us.
have to put the links on the various platform for us again to take a look at.
Office going. So what? Data.
Empty, Grace. Your
Please, please, mute.
Mr. Mute your.
Prof is
yourself.
gone.
Is Prof coming again? Hello? Is Prof coming again?
We don't know. He just left.
Because we need the slides immediately. Immediately the Prof drop.
Also next week,
to get an access to it as early as possible.
Oracle, yes, our timetable we draw two platforms to my. Nothing at this time. Why you say?
my slow, Missy Casamon.
so timetable so first kasam oracle.
Oracle, you can say why? Oracle, you can say drop.
Please draw the timetable for us.
Almost in Yankopon now, but I know Chichidi, and how many go at Chichidi and every
Hey, that's something.
Oracle,
I Chichidi and quiet do what they want. Some more hang on no book.
Hey, one open away. Hey, wow. Hey, wow.
What
Let me press.
Hey, so regional studies is difficult like that. So that's why after changing the regional some people.
My brother, you know, be yourself.
Hey.
Ah.
Are we safe?
The ordinary RME we used to teach in our various classrooms. It is difficult like this.
I am shocked, Compo. I am shocked.
Eh? Ask again.
Hey. Serious.
This is not RME. This is religion. Religious studies. They did between RME and this particular course. So let's have that understanding.
Kofi.
Hey, Bra Kofi, I just joined. Please, can you summarize what the lecturer said to us? Those who just joined.
You say we share or baby nice summarize about a party.
Hey, a summary of 3-hour lessons.
It is well.
Please, be close.
Yeah, Paul, they are bound quiet to swap of it.
You matter why? Maybe I know I believe.
Oh, I mean, sure. What?
Ekwanowa.
Meko.
Hey, Oracle, Omeko.
Battery David.
Where are they?
Yeah, Paul, someone's the main feel like
Anka,
it 90 every time.
Anka,
I brought this man to me. To say, course, 1 month to be a course back.
Get up
from
fine. Eh? Where can I tell you to the year? Better than Chamney. I want you now. And I'm
coming there.
Hey.
Hey, fish in your now one. And them say tuna, tilapia. Stop it.
Yes, I'm Madame Kakarajan.
Oh, say Israel back at you. Say Israel. Say Israel, man. Summary, right?
So bit.
And I say, all right.
Bit and reason and many idea and mean man. A bit and reason they got hope on them.
Stop it.
They say no course about to be a month and a hey, I know what you.
He said, Sarah, but I know what him. Now, I don't know where I 1 month to be at the year 1 a year, quite your house of it. In Yebeto, a basana, na a diama, brand, and young ones, no, net fever one pa.
In favor of Yaraba.
Yebeto, Charlie.
Yes, in a pay and a book.
Kofi say. Are na bi o. Omori kwa. Are na bi. Mba. Eh. It was all.